Alright. Are we live? Are we live? What a day, y'all. What a day, y'all. Sorry I'm late. I've been doing some paperwork. I was doing some paperwork today. And then I'm doing more paperwork on top of that. Why am I doing so much paperwork? You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, alright, I'm gonna make it to the live. I'm gonna make it to the live. And then oh man. Oh wow. That's interesting. I'm doing all sorts of new things, but as far as today goes, let's just keep it classic style. You know what I'm saying? Let me welcome y'all. Let me tell y'all to chill. Let me tell you to enjoy the music, enjoy the Bayonetta fashion design study. Apologies, the Marie Shimazaki fashion design study of her work on Bayonetta. That's all from Bayonetta 1. I imagine she probably did the most work on that one. Oh, I need to double check and make sure I'm live everywhere, don't I? How we looking? How we looking everywhere? Are we looking good? Y'all not gonna believe it either, man. Once I turn this camera on, the Mark of Buddha came back. The Mark of Buddha came back. Can you believe it? I couldn't believe it. I'm sitting over there looking at my third eye. My third eye chakra. And I'm like, why is the Mark of Buddha back so quickly? It's only been like a week or two. Alright, it looks like we're live. Cool. So, you know what time it is. You know what we're doing. It's time to let y'all respond to that notification while y'all let me blast this out to the world so I can go ahead and try to get more of y'all in here. You know how it goes. Ooh. I don't know about you, but paperwork is exhausting. It's probably more exhausting than the video editing, you know what I'm saying? The other day I was talking about when I was doing the video edit stream, how much energy it takes to do video editing and why I felt that way. What I felt the root cause. So all this paperwork I was doing today already got me down. Don't worry. You know me, I got my tea. I got my tea. Oh no, not you. Not you. You, get over here. Get over here, come to me. Needless to say, all this paperwork had me busy, so I don't even know how prepared I am for today's stream. I'm pretty prepared, but you know what I mean. You know how I do it. Okay. There we go. Alright. Ooh, where else do I gotta go with it? Oh man, I gotta go all the way here with it. Alright. Bear with me. Enjoy these sketches. Enjoy the ink sketches. Look at those. Don't worry about me, I'm just all the way over here with it. Starting soon. I gotta go from window to the wall with it. Let me go grab this tea, and then we'll get started. Okay. All right. The tea is hot. Don't want to burn my tongue. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna look at that sketch for about a second. And boom, we are live. What's up, everybody? It's G Mr. Drew welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew Gloszewski Experience. This is gonna be episode, what is this? 681, something like that. And what are we doing? We got I don't even know if I spelled it right. Honor-Ruff? Is that how you spell roof? I was gonna put R-O-O-F, but I was like, that's like a roof, like the iguana that was on the roof earlier today on my workout stream. But I was like, nah, like how do dogs say roof? And then I was like, woof? Like woof? Either way, Honor-Ruff. That's what we're doing today. And what are we doing? We're gonna be, check this out, continuing with these world building concepts. So these are actually particularly interesting because, I mean, aside from these two, the one that I just finished last week, I'm guessing, yeah, this was done on the 24th, so last Monday, and this piece here, besides these two, all of these are, except for this last one in the corner too, that's another thing that I kind of want to address. This is the last page of this sketchbook, yo. Like check that out. We're here. We're here at the. It's been quite the journey. Working on the last page. Even my dirty laundry looks good. I should have signed and dated that so I can remember when that was a thing. Anybody know Japanese? You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what that says anymore. So, anyways, yeah. So because we're at the end of this sketchbook, I can kind of recall when I was drawing these things. There's like that little sense of urgency that happens when you know, when you're out of paper, when you're at the end of the page. You know what I mean? If you're writing something and you're at the end of the page, you kind of want to like scrunch all the letters, and you kind of really, you know what I mean? Like composure goes out the window when you're at the end of something. You know what I mean? It's kind of like it's like that. So same thing with this sketchbook. I can kind of recall when I drew these things, I was looking to fill in the page, but I didn't. I don't know if I got what I was looking for with these sketches. So what we're gonna do, because I don't think I have any more like environment art and world building story art to do anymore in this sketchbook. Like if anything, I might want to darken up these clouds because they dried like super light. I got some characters in here. I got some story concepts that I still need to get to, but we're all about the world building today. And you know, I don't see any environment art that really needs to be addressed. You know, I kind of want to just scroll backwards a little bit just so I can kind of review this book, everything that's gone into it, you know, seeing as we're likely going to finish it today, and then move on, you know what I mean, to the other sketchbook that I've already started. And we'll see if I already have any world building concepts that need to be addressed in that one, but really I think those are story based concepts. That full, like all those pencils that I have in that already take up half of the book, I believe those are all story concepts, and that is going to be for tomorrow's stream. So look at that, this is from episode 498. What was that, almost 200 episodes ago? And I was drawing I guess, well, yeah, this was when Reptile came out, and I was talking about how crazy it is that when Reptile transformed from his human to reptile forms, his transformation involved throwing clothes on. You know what I mean? Which is always interesting and funny to me, the magic system of being able to have like magical clothes like that. It's like when Dragon Ball Z, when they transform and they go into Super Saiyans, or when they, you know what I mean, fuse, do anything like that, they automatically get a new magical outfit that just kind of like spawns out of nowhere. You know what I mean? And I kind of remember being like, looking back, que terrible, you know what I mean? But yeah, look at me drawing the eye patch on the wrong eye. Look at that. But yeah, I'm not seeing any more world building concepts. I want to make sure that there's nothing really to go back to. This is the one I recall as kind of like the last time I really have any memory in this sketchbook, and this was done in May of 2023, so nearly 2 years ago. You know what I mean? So we're talking maybe 22 months ago was when I was working on this one. If y'all remember, I had the Black Flag concept art book out, along with the some artists that I never even heard about, but they had like some boats and ships and things like that. And what's interesting about this concept piece is that it as far as like the world map goes, like these are still a part of the continent environment pieces, like even these three that I don't even think I really put a date to them. Man, did the Bayo study. Yeah, so that Bayo study came after even the weapons study, you know what I mean? Because I got this some military figures in the story and everything like that. So I broke out the Metal Gear 5, Metal Gear V, whatever we're calling it, to do that weapons study. But yeah, man, still one of my favorites in this entire sketchbook. For some reason, some pieces, they just stand out, and I don't know why this one does, but it does. You know, did the airplane study, which reminds me, this is one of the things that we're going to be working on today, as far as like world building concepts. Like, yeah, we got some environments to do, but also I got this airplane here, and I mean, when did I do this? You know, like these were done in July of 21. July of 2021, y'all. And I was doing airplane studies, and I was like diving into the consoles of airplanes and things like that, kind of like seating positions and control systems, trying to develop something. I studied a little bit of motorcycles just to see how motorcycle controls work. You know what I mean? Trying to see if there's anything creative that I could apply with all that. And ultimately, I never really did explore design all the way through, inside and out. And that might be something that I need to do today. Let me take that back. That's something I'm gonna have to do real soon, because yeah, the reason why I was doing these concepts was because of doing this study was because of the character that I was working on. So I kind of wanted to understand things a little bit better. And going back to, you know what I mean, 2021, we're talking 3.5 years ago. You know, that's something that I want to explore today. Is I still kind of remember some of the main takeaways that I have from this, but I also know for a fact that I don't have anything substantial as far as like vehicular design goes. Again, it's not one of my strong suits, but as you can see, we have an airplane here today, and I'm definitely going to need to work on this plane at the very least. And who knows, maybe that means that I look up some airplane stuff. Do I feel like I need to? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe I'll look up something else. You know what I mean? What I want to do with all of these studies and all this concept art is to do, and what this kind of sketchbook that we're hopefully going to be finishing today kind of represents, is like my initial dive into doing all these concepts, you know, into actually doing concept art, you know what I mean? So we got a good 4 years of like a 4-year kickoff, you know what I mean? Like if this is a football game, you know what I mean? This was a 4-year just kickoff to kind of get it going. And yeah, tons of fun. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to get into more vehicle stuff later, the airplane stuff. So this was all just like introductory. Here's like doing a hip study, Frank Frazetta's work, trying to understand like specifically hip areas, you know, just to work on anatomy and stuff like that. But yeah, still, I'm not seeing any environment stuff that I really need to address. You know, I kind of want to move on at this point from this landmass and just let it live as it is now. Move on from this continent, let it live as it is now until I get around to the story portions of it, which won't be for some time. And then once I get around to the story portion, I can revisit whatever elements of the concept art that I need to. But I'll always have this stuff here. So yeah, here's the map, yo. April of 21, so April 9th. Look at that. So we're like a week away, essentially. A week away from the 4-year anniversary of working on this. And even though we're not completely done with everything here, the concepts that we're going to be working on today, everything that's on this page, from these 2 pieces to these 6 pieces, and then this one all the way in the bottom corner down here, this was just like a throw-in. I kind of remember that being like, I didn't address something and I just want to address it really quick. And like I said, just like when you're writing and you kind of want to, or you're running out of space to write your name and you start scrunching all the letters and all that stuff, like that's kind of what this last page ended up being. But it's interesting because 4 years ago, and it was 4 years ago when I finished it, meaning I was already working on this, you know, leading to the week of, you know what I mean? Of actually finishing this, because I remember it took some time to actually draw this thing from beginning to end, of course. And yeah, I really didn't have, like, I'm happy with everything here. I really didn't have anything to work with in basically this upper portion, which is where we're at now. So yeah, maybe I want to get through these things quick. Maybe I don't even really need to work on them at all. Like, I'll decide that once I get started here. Here we go. Look at me. So yeah, I don't really have much here, but as you can see, there's actual relevance as to why there's not much happening here. But yeah, going to this area and specifically here, especially like the series of islands here, I really didn't have too much. I didn't have enough, going on 4 years ago to really know how I wanted to pursue this. So I have some ideas here, and I remember these ideas, but they're mad loose. These ideas are so loose, you know what I mean? And that's where stuff like this, 2 years later, I'd be working on this piece, and this is just one of these islands that's out here. And then same thing with this last sketch down here in this corner. This was just a throw-in, like a Hail Mary to what's going on here. So maybe that's something that if I get around to it today, you got me for some time. What are we, only like a half hour in? Yeah. So you got me for some time. And so yeah, I'm gonna want to try to address, you know what I mean, tighten this up a little bit, just because I haven't gotten around to this. But since we're gonna be moving on from this map, I feel like it is probably only right that I try to at least do some justice and finish strong, as I always say, you know what I mean? But yeah, what we're going to be working on today really is just these two locations. This right here, and then here, let me do one finger. Working on this island, and then working on that floating island over there. So with that said, man, we're down to the last page of this sketchbook before we, you know what I mean, say goodbye to it for the most part. Like I said, there's still some characters to work on, but man, this one is, this sketchbook is cooked, as they say. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Look how rough. Look how rough this map is. Look at me starting easy. So much I would redo, you know what I mean? But again, those will be concepts that I revisit when we get to doing them in the story portion. Now that we kind of got the kicked off, you know what I'm saying? Time for the game to start, right? Yeah, definitely gonna be putting in, you know what I mean, like 110 on everything here. So yeah, it's a good thing that we're actually working on environments and vehicles, because that is something that I need to work better on. So who knows? Maybe we'll render some of these out. I doubt I'll end up doing all of them, or at least doing any of these things any sort of justice, just because of the nature that they were done with. And yeah, let's go ahead and get started. Whew. Got the inks out. Tea's probably already cold, right? Yeah. Yeah, definitely gonna have to tighten some things up today. Yeah, this is one of these random books that I just bought because it had a ton of artwork in it. But I don't know this artist at all. I don't know the work at all. This is still one that I started reading, but I never finished. Has a lot of digital art techniques in it as well. When personally, you know, I was more interested in the fantasy elements of designs and J. Chol Park. J. Chol Park. But yeah, they kind of show like the finished works and everything like that. But this is what I'm talking about. Like I do the airplane study, but really what I want to do is get good at creating a little bit more fantastical element. Not anything that necessarily looks like this, but for instance, I could tell just by looking at this right now, the how he implemented animal anatomy in here, whether it be fish or sea mammal or bird anatomy in some of these ships' designs. Like, this is what I'm talking about. It even looks like an aquarium almost, you know what I mean? Just with the nature of the blue, it being the sky, but really, you know, like these are flying ships, but it almost looks like you're at an aquarium. You're looking at a bunch of different fish in a tank, you know what I mean? Like, and all of the landmass and everything like that, and buildings and structures could just be coral. It could simply be something like that. But still, just looking at stuff like this makes me want to be like, for sure, 100%. Like, I gotta increase my vehicular concepts and learn to have as much fun and lucidity with them that I do with like my characters. You know, the character stuff is like, now that I'm starting to like expand out, and like I said, man, when we get to this next continent, we start getting the characters there, it's actually like it's actually going to be the first attempt at really getting into character design and, you know, a wide variety. And I can't wait to see where I'm going to end up needing to go mentally in order to be able to tackle some of these designs and, you know what I mean, make sense of everything here. Now that I have the 4 years under my belt to be like understanding of how difficult trying to like find visual representation for all these ideas is, you know what I mean? Like everything that's in, well, all the work that I haven't gotten to yet, all the concepts and everything that I haven't gotten to yet, even like working on the story and doing these rough sketches in the story and storyboarding them out in my notebook and everything here. It's really basic when it's in my notebook, but then once I start having to address the actual concepts, it's difficult to go wild with it and go all the way loose with it, and then reel it in, dial it back, and reel it in and dial it back until it's, you know what I mean, feasible. Until it's feasible and it makes sense. So look at stuff like this, you know? Like, I feel like stuff like this are missed opportunities for me, for everything that I've done so far. It's like, but again, everything I've done so far is just like the kickoff. We're just getting started. I might be doing bigger pieces. I might be doing, you know what I mean? I might learn how to, something that I've been wanting to do that I've kind of only done a handful of times is include multiple pieces and multiple multiple concepts and studies into a single image. Just didn't tell y'all about that, but those are those bigger pieces that I did, you know what I mean? Most of these are still just singular, and then anytime I felt like it was necessary to do something bigger, I did. Like this one that definitely going to be working on today. It was funny because I was looking at this, and even though I've been looking forward and anticipating it, I'm like, oh, that's right, that's what this concept is. I lost my mind on this one. Don't ask, don't tell. But yeah, you know, I see things like this and I'm just like, okay, I'm definitely not saying I'm just gonna go ahead and start executing things like this. Digital art would definitely lend itself to me being able to do something like this, but still, you know, still inspirational. And definitely this book, even though I don't know anything about this J. Chol Park and his work or anything like that, like, still inspirational. There's another one. I'm just going through these right now because I have to work on some environments and I got to do some plane stuff. And instead of doing another plane study, I kind of just want to do a fantasy study and work off of my memory from the plane study that I did do and just start creating some interesting things and using, you know what I mean, these sketches here as a base. Because yeah, that's what I'm going to want to do today. Now that we're here, now that we're kind of talking, starting. But yeah, this is another one. What was his name? John Harris. Don't know him. You know what I mean? But it was just another book that I saw like some really interesting pieces in, and I was like, you know what? It's gonna be worth the buy. And I think it's another one that I started reading, but I didn't finish reading. But yeah, this is another one that's interesting, and it lends itself a little bit more to like space design, a lot more flying vehicles, you know what I mean? His style is a lot more loose, like you can see here, you know what I mean? But really good use of atmosphere and values and stuff like that. But yeah, like even stuff like this, like such a simple concept, but it's done so well. Yeah, y'all can see it. You know what I mean? It's just a cylinder. It's got a city on top, city on the bottom. Obviously there's like some sort of gravity thing that goes on in here. But yeah. You know, as far as like these concepts go in these couple of books that I'm pulling out, like I use them for the inspiration, you know what I mean? But they are really, really fantastical. They're a lot more fantasy based than I'm trying to go. I want to be a little bit more grounded, but still, I definitely have like a bit of a magic system and, you know, technology system. Magic just being technology that we don't quite understand just yet. But yeah, see, like I really like this one. Looking like a bird that's being like tied down, almost like the bird wants to escape, and there's a bunch of people like, nah, you ain't getting out of here. That's something you haven't seen in Star Wars yet. I mean, I guess you kind of saw when girl used her, shot out some electricity from her hands. But yeah, I'm just gonna look through this. See, again, here's another one. You know, you can definitely see the fish inspiration, a little bit of the bug inspiration. You know what I mean? Like some fins, some dragonfly-esque type of designs. But also, see how loose the work is? That's another thing that I kind of want to get into. You know, one, I'm doing traditional media, and two, I'm working at a really small scale. So when I work very loose, it's has some really mixed results. You know, even this, you know, looking like an owl, almost like a cartoon owl, like an angry bird if it was an owl. Like, isn't that what that looks like? Yeah. These concepts are something else, yo. See, even something like this, I'm really down with. You know what I mean? Like, I really enjoy something like this one here, just because the fact that they're built into and built onto a natural surface. It's like a meteorite that they've kind of like excavated and then built a city on. Things like that. Like, this could just as easily be like a mountain that got carved out and they're building onto, or you know what I mean, some old things. And I got stuff like that. I got stuff like that. I can't wait to show y'all, because right now those concepts are in their infancy, like where I'm just now starting to draw like the first bits of it. And but yeah, they're gonna be a part of the story concept, so that's gonna be you know what I'm saying? Yeah. See, the biggest inspiration I'm trying to like pull from all of this right now is just the shapes. Like, literally just the shapes. The way that they're making all these shapes with just pushing and pulling the values. You know what I mean? For the most part, nothing's ever really 100% white. Nothing's ever really 100% black. Like, everything's always in this middle area of like gray and color, and those values are just being pushed and creating some really interesting results. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this guy just looked at a tree, you know what I mean, and then drew this, or even just some sticks, you know, some branches that came off of a tree, and then was able to kind of like put something like this together. And then, you know what I mean, just, yeah, I can't wait to get like go full hog on all these things. Yeah, see? And this is what I'm talking about. Like the quality that I work from is something like this, right? But then they'll take something like this and then put something like that together. It doesn't say the size or anything like that. I feel like with digital artwork, you gotta say like how big this file is. Not only what is the like the inch by inch, but also what is the DPI. You know what I mean? That way you can really. Or man, maybe this stuff is like legitimate. I mean, it looks so for real. You know what I mean? Not digital. It looks like it's actually like painted on something, but it could just be Corel Draw. Again, I'm not familiar with this artist, so I don't know their work all too much. I don't know their work too well. But man, see what I'm seeing a lot of is just a brilliant use of shape, and that shape is being conveyed through value, and it's almost like that's something that I'm gonna need to do today. I got some pencil sketches over here, so yeah, maybe I'll just play with those for a second and really try to see if what sort of fantastical elements I can get. So interesting, so interesting. Like even something like this, super basic, right? But like this is like a powerful piece for me right here. At the summit of the core, which is the goal of the flyers, lies the pyramid. This is the place where the elders of the city assemble to meet the flyers as they complete the rite. So I'm guessing it's like a helicopter landing pad on top of a skyscraper, essentially. You know what I mean? I got some bridge stuff that I'm gonna end up needing to do coming up soon. You know what I mean? I've been looking at bridges. I've been thinking about bridges a whole lot these days. You know, for a few months now, almost daily. Like I've been thinking about bridges, how bridges are constructed. It's ridiculous, you know what I mean? Like I'm thinking about like carpentry, like guys who, when you have to build something and it has to be stable, sturdy, be able to support weight, and you know what I mean? Just all that type of structural nonsense, you know what I'm saying? So much easier to just be like, oh no, it just works with magic. But yeah, there's yeah, see. Like, is this not a mosquito? You know what I mean? Like, doesn't that just straight up look like a mosquito and a hummingbird put together? Yeah, this guy gives a bit of a backstory. Oh, look, straight up Nazca lines. Straight up Nazca lines. But still beautiful. It's beautiful. You know what I mean? Like they have like this weird thing going on over here with the water, but then also you can see like a bit of a settlement kind of taking place there. Huh. Let me see something. Alright. Nice. Now we actually got some, like, ships and... You know, maybe it might do me some good to maybe try to understand, you know, get a little Miyazaki inspired, you know what I'm saying? And try to understand. He has like a super interest in airplanes. It's one of his big things. I mean, not that airplanes aren't an important invention and all that. You know what I mean? Everything from World War I to World War II, we went from having horses in battle to having tanks and airplanes, you know? So they were pretty monumental, especially I'm sure for like a guy like him in his time. But yeah, he has like an affinity for airplanes, and maybe it might do me well to try to understand like who designed what and maybe what inspired certain designs. Maybe that'll help me, you know. Not that I'm the biggest fan, but I am a big fan of The Wind Rises, I believe is one of his books, something like that. And in that one, it actually follows the main character, who is an airplane designer, and he designed one of the fighter planes, and he based it off of this single line. He just drew a line, and he was like, this is more or less like, this is the perfect line for aerodynamicism, and then they just had to figure out the physics around it. And you know, that's just one understanding of something, and I believe he based that off of an animal, much like how we just saw with this book here. You know, bug, animal, whatever it is. And yeah, maybe that's something that I end up looking into the future. Oh, let me check something real quick. I promise. Now I'm gonna start drawing. Now I'm gonna start rendering. We're only an hour in, right? We're only an hour in. Or already scribbled through 2 books, 3 books, counting my sketchbook, right? There we go. Alright. Yeah, let's just warm up. Let's just warm up with something, right? Yeah, we're just warming up. And again, because this is the last page, this book is super heavy on the it's super heavy on the left side, so I'm actually drawing on an angle just like last week. Yeah, so apologies again for being late today. like I said, I've been doing some paperwork. It's just been one of those days. It was more busier than I thought it'd be. But it's been a good day. I mean, all things considered, I'm not complaining about having paperwork to do. It's just I don't like anything that kind of keeps me running late from getting to y'all. You know what I mean? Like, this is the place to be. There's something I've been wanting to figure out. I should probably look it up. Maybe I'll do that later on in the stream. You know, let's get some artwork done first. But I heard that the Capcom fighting collections, this is gonna sound ridiculous to a lot of you, I'm sure, but I hear that the Capcom fighting collections give you the option to have a computer versus a computer, so that way you could just have like computers playing each other. And I'm sure a lot of people would be like, why? You know, maybe it does, but like, why would you want to do that? But if it does, that's something I want to look into. You know, the day isn't here yet that I'm able to just like kind of sit back and play video games just yet. But I feel like if I can go ahead and get those things going and get some authentic background audio for y'all. And you may be wondering, like, what's the significance of like the Capcom fighting collections that you know what I'm saying, that are making you want to do this. And it's like, well, the whole story and everything I'm working on is based on it. I mean, it's based on, like, I don't know, I guess any manga, anything. Or, you know, there's obviously like fighting involved and violence and whatever. Like, as far as like the story and everything like that goes, like the fighting is in there, so the characters, you know what I mean, that's why everything looks as the way it does. And I can't exactly play video games and draw at the same time, right? I mean, I'm good, but So yeah, we're definitely gonna need to start loose. And these are like kind of like the perfect throwaway sketches to do that with. There we go. Oh wow. Okay. Hmm. But yeah, I feel like having audio like that play in the background would definitely help keep me grounded. You know what I mean? So as long as I have something cementing me to the art, like having a couple of computers play in the background with the music and the sound effects and everything like that, like it'll give me the ability to get as crazy with these designs as I need to, you know. What to say? Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm. Yeah, see, that's something that's just severely lacking from my work so far. Like I was saying, I was working in, or looking into that book, and talking about how they like, essentially more or less took an aquarium situation, turned it into a like flying carport, you know? Like, that's something I'm gonna need to like really embrace. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Sorry if it's a little dark, y'all. You know how it goes. You know how it goes when the lighting's like this during the day. Hmm. Alright, welcome to the stream, y'all. If y'all are just tuning in, the goal for today is to, I don't even know how much I want to finish these sketches on this last page. I was talking about it in the beginning. It was all a whole spiel about how, like, some of these are a bit of a Hail Mary, and I feel like I may want to continue it in the next sketchbook, since we are literally on the last page of this sketchbook. So it's like, alright, let me get the ones that, you know, I definitely want to get, you know what I'm saying? Let me definitely get the ones that I've been thinking about, that are kind of illustrate this place, this location. Today the 31st, right? And yeah, if the lighting looks weird, it's just the locale doing these daytime streams. The light tends to significantly affect the focus and the values and everything. But either way. And anybody wondering, this is from I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, and what we just worked on was kind of like this area right here. Just zoomed in on that one a little bit. So that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering how much do I need to work on some of these things, and how much do I want to just go ahead and start something else. Let me go ahead and Let me go ahead and work on what I want to work on, right? Let me get one final pick of this one before I go and potentially mess this up, right? How's this looking? How do we got this? Okay. That's interesting. See, one of the last minute elements I threw into this design was all of this blue pencil going in here. And I drew this, I drew these I don't even know how long ago. Has to be at least a year ago. So I'm kind of recalling what all of these things are. Okay. So yeah, let's do it this way. Just use you. Just go with it, right? Whatever happens, happens. Now I think I've shown the character that belongs in this, like this location. If you're new to the channel, all the environments and props that I work on, well, the props and vehicles I suppose serve an environment, and every environment serves a character, right, that I have. And it's funny, I think I've shown this character in one of my other sketchbooks, like one of my like side sketchbooks or old sketchbooks, wherever I have this character at. But yeah, I have yet to really work on the character that belongs to this actual like location. Characters, there's multiple ones. Obviously there's like a whole city thing going on here, so let me, you know what I mean? There's multiple characters that kind of like, I guess, reside in this location here. And I guess I've shown one character, but yeah, she doesn't really live here. And I've shown another one, but it was one that I only have like really old sketches of her. I believe I showed them in one of the previous shows, previous episodes. So it's just interesting. I'm here rendering this one, but I've yet to like work on the characters that are here. It's funny because when I think of this location, I don't even really think about the characters as much. I think about the story and like what happens and like what goes on here and things like that. Like it's the only thing that I think about because it's kind of where I'm at as far as like the outline of the story goes. You know, if you go to my G-Mr. on Patreon, you go to my Patreon thing, or you know, watch the landing page video that kind of details bits about the story a little bit more. I kind of have the story organized and structured in a certain way, right? It's like color coordinated and whatnot. And I don't talk about it, all the story stuff too much, obviously. Like that's what that's the whole purpose of everything that I'm working on for. I don't mind showing you guys like the concepts behind everything ahead of time and all that. You know what I mean? Let y'all wonder about the things that goes on. But you know, you can get some of the details in my Patreon, YouTube, home video, and all that. And it's been a minute since I talked about it, but there was a point where I kind of loosely mapped out the entire story, obviously, right? You know, beginning, middle, end, all that good stuff. But then there came a point when I was like now going back and writing it, still writing it loosely, not even like scripting it necessarily. And I kind of like realized, not that I made a mistake or anything, but an element of the story had changed, right? And because of that one element changing, I was like, oh, I gotta go back. So as I was kind of, you know, like the whole writing process, you kind of like write like a basic outline, and it's like, okay, I got that, and then you go back and then you write a little bit more, and you know, it's a bit of a, I don't know what the word is, like a synopsis or something, you know what I mean? It's kind of like, okay, this is just a little bit more information, but it's not necessarily like a final story, script product, anything like that, you know? And that's basically where it was. It was like in the second or third stages of having like of being done, and I was being really like overzealous and really like jumping ahead, and I'd gotten around to one of the later stories, like the second to last story arc and all that other stuff. And then I realized, I was like, oof. I kind of thought about something, and I was just like, let me just go ahead and keep moving forward. And I kind of ignored it. So I was working on like the third from last storyline. And then I just had to stop, and I had to be like, nah, this isn't gonna work. I gotta implement this new idea and do it justice and all that other stuff, right? So I go back to about, I have to like rewind how much I've written, like all the way to like the middle portion of the storyline. So if you know the details of you know, the color coordination and everything like that, you can kind of surmise where the middle of everything is. And I had to like go all the way back to that and be like, okay, I don't have to get rid of the beginning half at all. Like all that stuff is still good. But kind of like the latter half, I had to like go back and be like, okay, so what I already have isn't gonna work. Kind of need to fix all these little elements here and there, right? All because of this one premise that I decided was like, oh, this is what needs to be done for this story. And this location here that I'm kind of working on right now is about that middle point, you know. So, you know, when I look at these locations, these environment pieces that I do and stuff like that, I'm often thinking about the story around it, like the whole reasoning why I'm even drawing any of these things, you know what I mean? Like, what's the purpose of it? You know what I mean? I wouldn't be drawing it if it didn't serve a purpose in the overall scheme of things, right? So yeah, it's part of me tries to thinks about like the original inspiration, I guess, which was James Cameron's Avatar. You know, obviously with the floating islands that are in that movie, how much of an impact that movie made on things, you know? So it's like, part of me wants to fight that so much. Like, floating islands are cool. It's a great concept. You know, I was showing those books in the beginning of the stream. A lot of everything that's like so fantasy and sci-fi is so, at least the stronger designs, they all seem to be so floaty. You know what I mean? And it's that type of technology that we really lack in our own world, our own reality. You know what I mean? Think about Dune and those movies. Think about the opening of the second Dune movie, and you know, you have those characters at the Harkonnen in the desert, and you know, they're just out scouting, looking for whoever, whatever, and they kind of just like climb. They land in the desert. They find a high point, and then they just kind of like float up the mountains, you know what I mean, to get to that high point and all that stuff. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I imagine as far as we go in our own reality, like that's kind of the aim at the moment. And if you look at concept art from like some of those big sci-fi type of movies and whoever artists like kind of worked on those things, you know what I mean? A lot of that science fiction stuff would lend itself to that floaty element. But the only one that really has really pushed that idea, I feel like, is, you know, if it's not animation, if it's not within the animation industry, if we're talking about live action, it's like James Cameron's Avatar, you know what I mean? Dune's doing it. who's that? Denny Villeneuve, working on the who is it? Frank Herbert is the author. You know what I mean? But I believe Avatar is James Cameron's original concept, more or less. I mean, we could talk about how it's the story of Pocahontas all day long, right? But I mean, as far as like the world, I don't think like that's like a novel that he read that he's adapting, right? I believe it's his own like creation and whatnot. So working on this location, like I wouldn't mind just doing an entire series, just deep diving into this whole thing, even with the characters that are like associated with this environment. I wouldn't mind just like really kind of spending a whole lot of time with it. But as I was talking about in the beginning of the in the stream, just like we're moving on from this sketchbook, you know what I mean? A lot of these concepts we're gonna have to go ahead and move on from, and I'll be revisiting them today. You know, like the title says, is world building concepts. So these are just kind of like the introductory ideas to these things. I really started on the outskirts of the world, so that way I started with a little bit more obscure locations, obscure characters, things like that, instead of starting with the main character and working on the main character's location and making sure that I flesh out everything for the main character perfectly before moving on to like more obscure places that aren't associated with the main character. I kind of worked the other way around, where I was like, since I'm, you know, these past few years, I just kind of been getting back into art. I know it sounds maybe a little bit silly to be like getting back into art for a few years, but that is exactly it. You know, I took 5 years off of artwork to write. I wrote the story, and now I'm, after that 5 years off, I've been 4 years back on. You know what I mean? So you know, this is super exciting to be working on these things. And yeah, this is one of my favorite locations, just because obviously the whole magical element, this whole floaty element, the magic and the science involved in it in order for it to be what it is, and then the characters involved in it, where kind of like what inspired me to create them and then place them here, you know. I think for some characters that I made, I was just like, I have a cool character, I just don't know what to do with them, you know. Like, I don't know where to place them, I don't know where to locate them, I don't know where they're at in the world. And then those were some of the things that I had to kind of like figure out when I was writing, you know, before I started streaming. And yeah, you know, you get interesting results doing stuff like that, because now I have like a cool character that I really like, and now I have this really cool environment that I really like, and then it takes place within the story in a really interesting point, and it's at least a part of the story that I'm like, I know what happens pretty well, because it's not a part of what I had to retract in the latter half. But it's right about this point when we're about here that I definitely have like an outline going, or I have the outline done, you know. And because that's where I kind of left things within the writing and all that other stuff, because I already know the ending, so it's like, okay, when I get around to the details, I get around to them. But we're so far away from that it's like, you know, working on the priorities and whatnot. So yeah, I really enjoy working on this. But man, do I sit here and feel the need to fight off how much of like Avatar, James Cameron's Avatar, this is, you know? I feel like this might be the only area with like floaty islands like this, you know what I mean? That's another thing, is like limiting the cool factor. Which is, you know, just makes this place all that much more precious, and really gives me something to look forward to once I get around to the story part of it, because then I'll be revisiting the concept pieces, and whichever way the story gets changed or adapted, by the time I'm at that point, you know, I'll have at least a decent base, and who knows how many years it'll be by that point, and I'll be looking back at this and be like, oh my god, I remember drawing this. This is so bad. Something like that. And be like, oh my god, my concept art was in such an what's the word? Infinitesimal? Infinitesimal, is that the word? I feel like that means infinite. I'm looking for more like infant. Infinitesimal, is that the word? Oh yeah, because finite would be the infinite. So yeah, maybe infinitesimal is the word I'm looking for. But yeah, my concept art, by the time I'm working on the story concepts of this place, and not just the world building concepts like I am today, I'll be looking back on this and being like, oof. So welcome to the stream, you know what I mean? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, you definitely think with everything that's been happening lately, as far as like all these supposed like alien crafts, alien visits, UAPs, UFOs, whatever it is these days. You think with all of that going on right now, and the fact that I'm working on, even though very extremely loosely based in reality, you know, sci-fi elements, vehicles and such, that I could really let loose. You know, that I could really start creating things. Oh, where's my water? No wonder I'm so thirsty. I don't even have my water out here. Hold on. I'm like, yo, why am I so thirsty right now? Hold on. My bad, Joe. Okay. That's right. Okay. I'm like, what is this stuff? I remember. Hmm. The cloud just blocked the sun. I was like, yo, why is it getting so dark all of a sudden? Hmm. 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 So funny, because I haven't even worked out this system yet. Alright, we are just gonna go ahead and go with it. Hmm. What time is it? Yeah, I guess since I came in a little bit late today, I'll stay a little bit late. Yeah, see now the sun's directly in here, so it's really affecting the lighting. Don't worry, y'all. Once the sun goes down, the stream gets better. Or, sorry, the camera captures a little bit better, I believe. The stream gets better. Just because I want to do it bigger and better for y'all every time. Let me just double check a couple things. There we go. Is that what happened? Okay. Ooh, see what I mean? So left heavy. Got this thing on a crazy angle. Can't just be throwing all that weight around like that. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Yeah, come on. Why are you doing that thing that you do? Yeah, come on. That's why I have the test paper over here. What's the point of testing this to make sure it's working properly if it's not going to work properly when I apply it here? Come on. So not cool. See, you're solid over there, but then you come over here and now you all translucent. What's up with that? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Whoa, this is actually a little bit difficult. Yeah, let's do that first. Okay. Okay, so that's what's happening. Okay. That is what's happening. Like I said, I drew this thing at least a year ago. At least a year ago. Hmm. Alright. Sorry, I gotta hold my breath during all this. I'm like, there's a combination of clouds and forest going on. And I'm just like, alright, let me navigate my way through all this negative space. Oh man. Okay. But yeah, I'm kind of remembering now. Right. Oh, dang, that's right. I should address that before I forget about it. That's right, I gotta go do that. I should write that down, actually. Save it for when I'm done over here. Okay. Right. Huh. Wonder what all that stuff means. Yeah, so this would normally be about the halftime. What else? Where else? Is this the one? Yeah. yeah, I'm gonna have to get better at kind of looking at some of these settings and timing out this new schedule a little bit better, huh? But I think, you know, for the immediate future, I'm just gonna be rocking. Just gonna be rocking this. And then, of course, continue to do it bigger and better for y'all. Wait, I'm tripping. I wonder if any of that is supposed to mean anything. Yeah, the sun's passed now, so now we could actually kind of see the picture now, right? Let's just do this part. Hey. Ooh. Dang. It's so rough. It's so rough. Alright, whatever. Come on. That's crazy. Still don't really quite understand what all that means. Oh well. that one so... This. Let's just do it. Just doesn't feel right. Is this it?
For this moment, this is what I spill my blood for. Always being up early mornings, every day, even when I wasn't up for it. So you see, you don't need to believe. Either way, you are our enemies. As I travel around the globe and I go against you, that's my fighting code. You know what my intentions are, and you know that I came from afar. But if you study my style, 'cause I study yours and I know who you are. And I know all your weaknesses, what I came to do. And I ain't leaving until I beat you. I ain't here to lose. Nah, 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 nah. You
Oh, is that dark?
Oh, it's that time anyways, I suppose.
So, yeah, let me take a break. I'll be back in 15. And, yeah, y'all chill and relax. I just saw how dark it was. I'm like, yo, I gotta go do that thing. But I might as well take a break while I'm at it. So be back in 15, man. All right.
Oof. All right. Let's go ahead and do this. I got some food prep going on in the oven, so I'm gonna have to go ahead and take care of that in about 20 minutes. Hopefully by the time I'm doing that, I could go ahead and move on. Start drawing something else from scratch, you know? Oh, with this, yo.
Jump. There it is. That's what I was. so let's go ahead and jump on the other sketchbook and basically go over. Let's do some. I really want to do some of that airplane stuff. Yeah. Really just. How about we turn it into a little bit of fun, right? Since I kind of don't need like this, and I kind of want to do a little bit more of this anyways, and definitely want to do a little bit more of this, and I don't need these, you know what I mean? These are already done essentially as far as like rendering them out in colors and all that other stuff. So it's like everything else is good. It's just these three here. Man, I guess I could do a little something, you know what I mean? But it's like, why not just explore? And I do kind of want to do this though, at least. There we go. Just so I can see what that looks like, yeah. But yeah, let's go ahead. Let's switch it up. I wonder if I want to leave this out. Here we go. Ooh. Just in time for food too. Go get that out of the oven. Where are we at? Suppose I can color them in too, right? Be right back. Alright, hopefully that doesn't set off any alarms, right? Okay. Yeah, totally left that part out like this. Alright. Oh yeah, we're gonna turn this into fun, right? Let's go ahead and turn this into fun. I didn't do any research into this, so I don't even know how legitimate any of this is that I'm gonna look up right now. Essentially, what I kind of want to see is what I want to see
all these UAPs that everyone's talking about. You know, I was watching listening to a podcast. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get a whole bunch of AI renders, fan art. Flying saucers. Yeah, let's do this. I mean, we're just having a little bit of fun here. This isn't even all that serious, you know? So what happens when I do that? Alright, we'll just keep it there. I just straight up looked up UAPs, you know? I don't know nothing about nothing, you know? It's I mean, I figured flying saucers were gonna be in there. This must be some of that. So we got some stuff with an airplane right there, you know what I mean? Like, I like that. I mean, just look at it this way. I'm not even talking about UAPs right now. I'm just, you know, speaking on the those concept art books that I showed at the beginning of the stream, and just looking this up. You know what I mean? Letting you see what I see. If you look at the picture, that's all the way. Well, I guess recording. It's all the way to the right. That airplane that you're looking at from behind, you can see like the what, thrusters, the engines, whatever those things are, in the back. Look at how just that angle of the plane itself, besides the tails, the twin tails, and the feet, you know, those little tire things. Besides that, creating the X shape, it looks like a flying saucer already. Like that shape right there, it looks like a flying saucer with an X. Like, I look at stuff like that and I'm just like, what can I do with that? Flying saucer shape with an X. Not even caring about flying saucers, not even caring about airplanes. And that's what I mean. I kind of just want to see, I thought I'd be finding a little bit more interesting shapes. Just hitting straight up here. Come on, really? 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 How you gonna give me, how you gonna give me violence? I just looked up UAPs. Sorry about that, y'all. You know, you can't ever really anticipate the UPS or USPS. See, there we go. Like a straight up. What is that? Like a glasses case? You know what I mean? Right? Can you see my mouse? Yeah. Oh, okay. So I can mouse over these, and you can see. So yeah, this one that I'm mousing over right now is just looks like a glasses case. You know what I mean? Put your Oakleys in there. Yeah, a bunch of flying saucers, pill shapes. I'm telling you, man, that airplane, just that angle of the airplane with the X in there is interesting enough as is. You see, like this flying saucer, right here, this orange one that I'm. Oh, you could even see. You can't see my mouse, but you can see like the little thing in the corner. There we go. This one. Like you could even see that. And it looks like that airplane from behind, just without the tails and the feet. They got some sort of little little booties going on there or something, but man, I thought I was gonna. I thought this search was gonna be lit. Like maybe I need to like look up UAPs, not art, but UAPs. Like, cause here's the thing, like flying saucers, cool, you know, like they're like I'm a fan of what's that one thing when you go to a festival, you go to a fair, and they have all the rides there, and you got the little gravitron, little spin you around thing. Like, I'm a fan. I like that stuff. Flying saucers are fun. I be hearing these podcasts, they be talking about these things are like some crazy shapes, boomerangs and this, that, and the other. And I'm just like, I thought I'd be seeing something more interesting than this. I might just go grab that picture of the airplane, honestly, and let that just start picking it apart. So that's interesting. Now that one is like the shape is almost like a diamond shape almost. You know what I mean? It's curved, pointy edges. Almost looks like Raph's size, almost. Raphael, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. His weapons are called size, like his size. Alright, I'm already bored. I thought this was gonna be fun. My bad, y'all. UAPs look like? I don't know. Look like. There we go again with the glasses case. And the Michelin Man in his first form. Alright, well, if we're only talking about flying saucers, then you know what I'm saying. Hey, what's that? That one's kind of pyramid shaped. See, I mean, at this point, this is actually more interesting to me. That someone in a Green Man suit wearing a UFO cosplay. Like, that looks like more fun to me right now than any of this. One looks like Batman. Alright. Here we go. Here we go. So we got a little something going on here. The saucers, top hat. That's interesting. So this is all you kind of need when like creating something. Triangles, a pyramid, glasses case, the boomerang. All right. Multiple orbs. Yeah. Oh, come on, really? Multiple orbs? Is that what we're doing? You know what's interesting about all these? Like, just entertaining the idea. Let's say they're real. Let's say, you know what I'm saying, aliens is like, for sure, you know what I mean? Think about all the vehicles we have on our planet, you know what I mean? We got planes, helicopters, trains, 18-wheelers, SUVs, vans, minivans, cars,
motorcycles, bicycles. Even if you want to like think about things, hey, don't do that. Oh, come on, don't do that. You don't blink on me. Every time I do this, you do this. There we go. So yeah, let's just say it's real. You know what I mean? Like, let's just walk with me for a second. Like, think about how different all those things are. I mean, listening to some of these podcasts, listening to some of these people talk about these things, these come in all sorts of crazy sizes too. Some of them are like bigger than buildings, and then other ones are like smaller than a plane or something like that. You know what I mean? So these could all be coming from, just saying, like, we're pretending they're real right now. These could all just be coming from the same place, from the same alien planet. That could be a BMW. That could be their Camaro. That could be their, you know, Gixxer 5000. That could be their, you know what I mean? Like, they probably have like different companies, the same thing, you know, same. See, like, what's interesting is like you have like the orb, and then you have the multiple orbs, and it's like, what is that? You know, is that similar to like just a solitary bird and then a flock of birds? You know what I mean? You watch my workout videos, you see me watching birds. I'll be bird watching and lifting weights, but same thing. You know what I mean? Is that the nature of those things? Or do the orbs that are like the multiple orb display, do they stay in that boomerang shape always and forever, almost like it's a camouflage vehicle with just like, you can see the headlights on it or something? You know, I think what's really most interesting about these things, for the most part, is that they're non-directional. The only ones that seem to have any sort of direction to them are like, you know, the boomerang one, and what's that, the one that looked like an acorn? It's called the acorn one. But that's about it. The boomerangs and the acorns, you know, like those are about the only things that kind of would seem to have a direction on them. And you know, you think about you think about our vehicles, and there's always there's always an intent with the vehicular design. It's just to go faster. You know what I mean? Like we walked on our feet, and now we just wanted to get somewhere faster than walking. You know, somewhere along the line, people invented the wheel, but before the wheel was invented, you know, people just had to carry people, and it slowed them down. So when people just want to get from point A to point B faster, you think about vehicular design and its history all the way back, you know, to the invention of the wheel. Well, what was the wheel invented for? I mean, could have been to be a wheel, or it could have been to be a cog, you know, as like a part of a machine, like a watch, you know what I mean? Those are like pretty much the only two things I could imagine anybody ever creating a wheel for. So it's more likely that it was something that was to help for transportation, to transport things. Hey, I'm tired of carrying this. Can we do something? You know, probably started with like a round rock that they just can kind of push, and be like, man, there's got to be something we can do. And then they just chopped off the sides, and then it kind of had like a pancake sort of thing going on. and then they probably needed to create like handles or a pulley system on it, you know what I mean, put some teeth on it like a cog, you know what I mean, and then all of a sudden they started gaining traction, if you will. But yeah, think about our history of our vehicles and everything that, you know what I mean, like what it does. And it's like our point A to point B was very limited to move forward to it, you know what I mean? A lot of these vehicles here, we're just pretending that they're real, for true. A lot of these things here are like non-directional for the most part, especially when you start listening to people talk about how they move, you know what I mean? Like how they kind of come and go, not necessarily like zip around and they go here and now they go there, and you know what I mean? Like you got a laser light and you're playing with a cat and the cat's chasing the light around. Like they could zip around and do all that. Forget about that for a second and think about like the ones that are as big as buildings that just kind of take off and go. And it's like, even those are like non-directional as far as like them showing up and them leaving from the stories, you know what I mean? It's crazy. It's crazy because it's even like that crescent shaped one that looks like a batarang. It's like, what direction is that going? Is that the top? Is that the bottom? Is that what it looks like when you're looking at it straight forward? You know what I mean? Like what angle are you looking at that vehicle from? Seems a little bit non-directional. Kind of looks like a tent. It looks like it could be a saucer with feet, you know? So you got a saucer, and then you got something that's like half a saucer, and then you got, you know what I mean? That could be like the early model, and then the later model. You know what I mean? You got the regular, you got the regular edition, and then that one got the sports edition, and then then the other person got the Grand Tour edition. You see what I'm saying? But, what is that called? Oversized disc. Oh, okay. So I'm guessing it has like a hole in the middle to be like a disc. Cube in sphere. Alright. Either way, I thought these things were going to be a little bit more exciting. Like the most exciting things I'm seeing here are like the boomerang, the multiple orbs. Everything else is pretty regular. See, like if you look at these, the shapes of these like drones, like the drones have a bit more of an interesting shape to them. And they even almost appear to be non-directional for the most part, you know? Alright, let me look at what kind of plane is this. Oh, did I already lose the plane? Get over here. Navy pilots. So Navy fighter jets, something like that. Things are kind of interesting. Anyways.
Okay. Get over here, window. Get over here, window. Ah. Let's go there. Really? You're not gonna let me select you. What's going on? Whatever. Alright.
Huh. So I wonder what the goal would be. I wonder what the goal would be here. See, look, I'm looking at something right now. Let's just start drawing. It looks like it goes like this. It's amazing how our airplanes already seem to have a bit of that saucer design in them. You know what I mean? But it's only like half so. Perhaps even like a quarter so. Like, think about it this way, like our airplanes, if these UAPs are kind of like simplified shapes like circles and spheres and things like that, triangles, then our aircrafts are like a slice of pizza as opposed to an entire pizza pie. You see what I'm saying? How do I want to do this? So yeah, let's just play with some shapes. Like I said, I already did an airplane study, so I don't necessarily want to do an airplane study. I just kind of want to push the envelope a little bit. How we got a decent angle, y'all can see me. Hmm. Hmm. Oh wow, it's going like this. That's crazy. That is quite the intake. That is quite the intake, sir. I'm not that mad at this already. But I mean, if you want to think about how if our aircrafts are a slice of pizza as opposed to an entire pizza pie, and these I don't even know what you call them, omnidirectional crafts. Like, this is what I'm thinking about. Let's go with this, right? Let me take you through my thinking. So, we got this craft. It's dope. I like it. This craft has a shape that's very much Here we go. Try to get these wings the same size over here. Okay. I saw an app that could do what I'm trying to do right now a whole lot easier. Oh well. So if this is this airplane, looking at it from like above, you know? How does that look? That is a crazy intake right there. I mean, I imagine you already see where I'm going with this. But let's just play with it. All right. Starting to look like a pretty little flower. Look at that. Something like that. Yeah, I wonder if you could design for the military and be like, nah, it's like a pretty little flower. I swear. Hmm. Hmm. This goes to there. Okay. AI art, turn a fighter pilot jet into a pretty little flower for me, please. Is that what they're doing out there? Okay, and then these are about halfsies. These are about halfsies. Oh wow. Dang, not done yet. Okay. And then do poking out. There you go. So yeah. See, and this is that saucer effect, right? Saucers are something similar to that. You could just imagine where any of the lights are on these planes. Like, I can't see them here. You know what I'm saying? But like, they got like whatever logo. Going around there, and then, you know what I mean, you could imagine all the lights being somewhere up here by the windshield, and then at the tails perhaps, you know what I mean, like somewhere in the back. I just can't see them in this picture, you know what I mean. It's whatever, but you can see where all the lights are in the on a flying saucer. It'd be somewhere here, somewhere out there, you know what I mean, a little bit of both. But here's another thing when it comes to these spherical ones, because now this can move in a three, you know what I mean, on 3 axes, possibly a lot easier than this airplane, right? You know what I mean, just hypothetically speaking, especially if like all the thrusters on the outside here, you could just kind of control those thrusters, and then it'll kind of push, still just moving forward, but you're just moving forward in any angle because your exhaust isn't behind you, your exhaust is all the way around you. Imagine having your car's output, instead of just moving forward, having the wheels be able to move omnidirectionally, you know what I mean, and then at the same time just have your exhaust on all 4 sides of the car, you know what I mean, and then even at the corners of the car, so that way you have eight different exhaust ports, you know what I mean. Then all of a sudden now your car can go ahead and push, at least very extremely loosely, and on 2 platforms. But if we're talking about 2 axes, if we're talking about flying objects, then all of a sudden now you can angle it and then go upwards and all that other stuff. So who knows, like, so there's this, right? But now you have those spherical shaped ones, and I mean, when you talk about a sphere, I mean, just you go back to the basics with a sphere. I mean, when they depict a sphere for you in any book ever, do people even read books anymore? Mr. Reads on YouTube. So it's a circle, right? But then all of a sudden, anytime you ever saw a sphere and anybody depict a sphere for you, what do? Give you that dotted line like this, right? To kind of show you that the sphere has volume to it. Y'all see where I'm going with this? So now we're just taking this flat plane, and even if we take that flat plane and multiply it until it becomes this pretty little flower, alright? Now you take this pretty little flower and then you fold that out. You fold that out 8 times. Now, I can't draw that. That's where, you know what I mean, 3D modeling skills comes involved. You know what I mean? You just have to have them all clip into each other and then just decipher a shape wherever all the collisions happen, and you know what I mean, formulate polygons in order to have something. But essentially, what you would end up with is, well, if this is half, and this is about half, just within the logos here. So the outside would still be to about here, which is fitting for the most part. So a lot of the collisions would happen as far as taking this pretty little flower and then folding it in, multiplying it by 8, and then folding it in on itself and whatever. So if this is half and that's half, so then it's only those. So that's 1, 2. So chop that up by 3. Oh, I'm wrong. Look at me. Look at me be wrong. Let me correct that. There we go. So those would be like that, and then so those are the wings, and then halfway another set that go in. There we go. There we go. So now we have that. Now we have that. Okay. Oh, sorry. Look at me. Look at me tripping. Look at me tripping. AI art. Make a Navy fighter pilot or fighter jet turn into a pretty little flower and then fold that flower in on itself 8 times. What does that spell? Starts to look like a snowflake, yo. That's crazy. I didn't anticipate that. But that's dope though. Okay. And now this is That's why. That's why that jacks that up. Okay. My bad. Right. Mm. Oh, that's interesting. So we can go with it again. But we're gonna switch up the perspective on it for a second. So we have this bit here. Now we have, which is like the amalgam of all the windshields and the noses of the plane all colliding right there, right? And then we got this part here, which is where all the yeah, that's where all the planes join. That's where all the wings join. So let's do this. Just to help me see this. Okay. Wow. You know, thinking the way that I always saw these things working, and I don't know if this is how I've heard them explained, you know, listening to all those UFOs, UAP, you know what I mean, behind the scenes people, and you know, recent interview days. And you know, talking about the Gravitron ride when you go to your local fair, whenever they have like all the rides there and stuff like that, little spinny ride there, little spaceship UFO looking thing. The engine is in the center of that, you know what I mean? Now how to get to the center? If you're on the outside, if you're this sphere, what's the pathway inside? You know, I talked about how, I forget where I learned this, but they, back in the day, somehow, some way, the translation goes that triangles were the original circles. You know what I mean? Something to do with circles being a perfect shape, but then triangles were the perfect shape, predating circles because they were the first closed shape, because it only took 3 lines to create them. Like you could have 2 lines all day, but you can never close a shape. with just two lines and one angle. You know what I mean? Like if you bent those lines, yeah, you can get those two lines to touch, but all those, you're dealing with more than one angle at that point. You're dealing with every single angle that goes into making that bend into the line. So if talking about a line being just a point A to point B thing, you just have a line. And then if you had two lines, you still don't have a shape. But once you have three lines, now all of a sudden you have a shape. And that's what I mean when, like, back in the days, they used to say like triangles were the perfect shape, and that was why. And then like circles became a thing. Perfect circles. There's tribes, ancient civilizations in South Americas or something like that they just carved spheres out of rocks. Like they just perfectly carved spheres, like perfect. Like the spheres aren't oblong. They don't look like eggs. They're perfectly spherical. You know what I mean? Had to be some sort of celebration of being able to achieve that shape. But yeah, circles then became like the perfect shape. So thinking about triangles being the perfect shape, and thinking about like pyramids, you know what I mean? They're all up in the news these days too. Anyways, they're always in the news. Pyramids are like the Kardashians. Or Kardashians like the pyramids? Oh. They're always in the news. Thinking about pyramids, and these slices of pizzas and everything like that. We're talking about triangles. We're still on topic here. You know what I mean? Class is not adjourned. Thinking about how to get to the center of the gravitron over here. You know what I mean? The spherical gravitron, as opposed to the saucer gravitron. And thinking about a three-dimensional object. Even though the pyramids are square shaped, and then they form. We still have those other triangles that are just, all equal triangles here, like a four-sided triangle, which is actually interesting. One of those alien spaceships that they had was the diamond. That's interesting. It was like two of these. Huh, hold up. They had a diamond-shaped one? That's crazy. Hold on. And the diamond-shaped one, I wonder if it was a four-sided pyramid or if it was a three-sided pyramid. But essentially it was can't remember if they had a line breaking it just because, or if there was actual like a division between the two triangular shapes. But thinking about the pyramids, square, triangle, it doesn't matter for what I'm trying to do right now. Let's just say there's a little something there. Thinking about the pyramids, they always have those inner chambers that they talk about, where the sarcophagi go. So you'll have like the chamber, the sarcophagus, that may have a Death Stranding BB in it or something. And then they have all these little pathways that go to them. You know what I mean? Like they all branch out, and you've seen all those diagrams of the pyramids when they try to show you what's going on in them. And that's what I mean. Like, there's all these like little hidden pathways you don't necessarily see from the outside, but you know, you just move one brick and then all of a sudden it's a crawl space, but still, you know what I mean? It's not like a hallway that you could just walk, but still, there's like a crawl space to get in to all these rooms that are inside these pyramids. Well, that's what I'm talking about as far as like this thing goes. That's so interesting. Yeah, because by the time you get to this point, everything would have to follow that curve, which I ignored because that snowflake had me. So yeah, you could think about these spherical type of designs with like an engine room or a chamber in the center, right? Just like that's where all the windshields meet with these airplanes, you know what I mean, with all the exhaust and thrusters are back here, all pointing out, and now every single direction. I mean, if this is an eight point direction because there's 8 vehicles, well, now you have 64 directional, you know what I mean? It's like, it's the difference between 8-bit and 64-bit video games. You just got a lot more bits, you got a lot more thrusters that are like gonna be able to mobilize this sphere shape in all sorts of different directions. You know what I mean? And definitely achieve a lot more mobility than our current technology, which only has, I mean, it has 2 thrusters, but let's just count those 2 thrusters as 1 because it moves in one direction. Planes just go forward, right? If this is only going in one direction, this has 64 different directions that it can go into. You know what I mean? To move across 3D space. But still, how do you get to that chamber? And I imagine, I don't know, like if we're talking about these, again, we're just entertaining whether or not these things are real or not, but how I imagine some of these things work. Imagination, y'all, is just like the pyramids have these inner chambers outside of these diamond shapes. The spherical shape can have the same thing. Like, there could just be just some random door that you may or may not be able to see, but then all of a sudden, like, you go in there and then all, you know, it just leads. It's like this nice little crawl space, and then you get to access the engine room, and then the engine room is this thing that operates just like the gravitron that's moving in all sorts of ways. That gravitron ride. Now that's interesting. I'm also doing this because I need to address something that I still have no idea how to address, but within the world. Like, I haven't even begun to talk about it yet, but it's insane stuff that's similar to this. That's why I'm kind of happy that I stopped, dropped, and started working on this. Like, I know I wanted to do an airplane, but I like that shape already to a point where it's like, okay, I'm gonna take that. Now, I'll start playing with it. I got more references here, but same. But let's so if this thing was this was the outside, and this would be an outside. That's crazy. And then, so yeah, this goes in, and then this is another one. Wow. Here. This goes forward. That's, man, that's difficult. That's difficult to figure out right there. Outside, inside. Outside. Okay. Man, this is what I mean. This is where all the collision begins to happen. All I'm trying to determine, and I don't even know why at this point, is where all the thrusters are. But we could only really kind of make out the a few of them. Oh, my bad. That's what I'm saying, I'm getting lost. Getting lost in all that sauce right there. Hold on. do I go to? Here. You see what I mean? And then, I mean, I guess even obviously on this side there would still be some as well. You just wouldn't see them from this angle, but if it's dark out and the lights are bright enough, I suppose. Well, yeah. So y'all can see the craziness, man. This is what I mean. The madness of trying to figure out just simple whatevers. I just wanted to make this sketch a little bit more interesting. As a middle piece, I was gonna get rid of it, but I was like, nah, you got to keep it. That way, I understand how I got here. You know what I mean? Alright. Well, yeah. So that's how you take a unidirectional aerial craft, turn it into an omnidirectional aerial craft that can kind of move through all three axes a little bit better. But then, you could see how then ultimately you could end up with something that can really move once you go from a single bit to a 64-bit. You know what I mean? Imagine only having one bit to design a character with, and now imagine having 64 bits to design a character with. All of a sudden, you can kind of imagine. The whatever. And that's not even mentioning all the lights that would go on in here. You know what I mean? Like, because once you're there, then there's even like gonna be more right here. See what I'm saying? But that's where there's a whole lot of wonky collisions happening and all that other stuff. But I mean, that is how that would work. And then once you start thinking about like flying saucers, and you stop looking at this like a snowflake, you start looking at it like a three-dimensional sphere, and you try to maybe understand the workings and the trappings. But yeah. I like it, and I like it, and I like it. Yeah, now I feel like I can just do this with all of the planes, right? You know what I mean? They're all more or less triangular. They're all more or less going to create a shape once you start turning them into a kaleidoscope. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I really like this. I really like that shape. It reminds me of the planes that I worked on in the past. I'm recognizing the pattern here, but this one was a lot smoother. You know what I mean? This one's a lot smoother, and it doesn't have the tails in the back. So I wonder if I want to just kind of. Let me see. Let's do this flying saucer joint. Let's try to draw that picture I saw earlier. So if you had a flying saucer, and then like I said, that thing had. But we're taking this one that doesn't have the fin in the back. So, but if I wanted to have something like a fin while maintaining that look, I like that look. Now, I don't really recall. Yeah, kind of cuts down too. Yeah, that went up, huh? And then this came down, so these gotta meet. But it's gotta go down right next to here. How do I want to do this? See, now I'm just working off memory from that image I was looking at, but it's kind of like what I'm trying to do. That you wouldn't see from here. But you might not. You would just see it up here, possibly. Now that I think about it, that is crazy big. Yeah. Whoa. How did that go? Basically squared off. Okay. I wonder what those would be. Where would those be? Kinda right there. How do those look? Right. Interesting. So they kind of got like stanky leg going on. That's interesting. So you kind of how far would that go? Not even all that far. Yeah, I kind of just gotta let that idea gestate for a while. I'm nowhere near that. Nowhere near needing that concept just yet. So, I'm okay. And you go above or below? You go above. There we go. How are we looking? Alright. My bad. Kind of
tuned out and started drawing, yo. Not how I do it.
But we finally got to the airplanes. That's interesting. Oh wow. Okay. So we got that going on. need to look that up as well. That's what I'm missing.
I'm just looking up jumbo jets, you know what I mean? Like instead of just sticking around with probably close that. Is jumbo jet even a term? It's a Boeing. Is that how it goes? That's crazy. That's interesting. Okay.
That's interesting. It's an interesting concept to try to internalize. I'm thinking about landing gear on machines being very reminiscent of the size of eyes on monsters in order to determine how cute they are. Meaning, the bigger the eyes, the cuter the animal. You know what I mean? So if you have like a little... If this is an animal and the eyes are this big, cute animal, right? Just draw some fins on it. It's a cute little cutie right there. Same thing. You have a, you know, same animal, but these are the eyes. Now all of a sudden, less cute than that one. It's like the Godzilla rule. You know what I mean? You got Godzilla there, right? And you could have Godzilla with little tiny eyes, and you're like, yeah, that's Godzilla, right? But then you can have, are we still on? You could have Godzilla there, right? They're exactly the same, but if his eyes look like this, I'll say, looking like Envy from Full Metal, but still looking mad cute. You know what I mean? So, cute fish, cute Godzilla. I mean, you just draw a row of teeth, and then you're like, oh yeah, that's a shark. It's scary. Even if you draw a row of teeth on this one, it's like, oh no, he's just still cute and special. See what I mean? So similar concept. It's something I need to internalize as far as like landing gear. So if I wanted to change up that landing gear, same exact concept with the stanky leg and everything. Wow. Automatically gives that thing so much more. That's interesting. Mm. Okay. See, we're sticking with that slice of pizza look. thinking about that monster eyeball thing. I was watching some Bayonetta 3 playthrough. I wonder what the eyeball size is on those kaijus that you get to play as in that game. You know? Like, I have the concept art books for Bayo 1 and 2, but not for 3 yet. I definitely, you know me. Definitely need to holler at that. It's on my wish list, but I'm just trying to make sense of this nonsense that I'm trying to make over here. That's all. Like I said, we started with a plane that I wasn't exactly happy with, and I kind of realized why now. That's the point, ain't it?
People eat it when they couldn't find fish. If you could find fish, you ate a fucking fish. Why would you eat that stupid moss? I think that's what most vegetables are. Most vegetables are starvation food. Yeah. I think I fuck with salads. I love salads. I feel I'm gonna put shit. Yeah.
There we go.
I like the way all oil. But I like salads. So I eat salads. I'm not like religious about it, but I know that when I'm only eating like meat, eggs,
Alright.
it's just like everything feels like clean, my brain works better, my body feels more relaxed. It's a tangible thing. When I eat a lot of bullshit, I feel it. I've actually coming from like fucking really know what it feels like. I don't really feel that part of it. So social attention. I gave up to it.
Let me look another thing up. I want to look up the X-Men jet. I don't want to draw it. I just want to make sure I'm staying away from it. You know what I mean? Like, cause I'm liking this, but I'm just like, what the X-Men jet look like before I, you know what I mean?
Before I get myself in trouble over here. What's it called? The X-Wing? No, that's Star Wars. X-Men plane. Doesn't have a name? Doesn't have a name. Okay, yeah, it doesn't look anything like that. Tight. But it does look good. And it's something based off of a Blackbird jet. Okay. Alright, I'm staying away from that. Ooh, I do like the windshield on that one. It does make sense more so than this one. Wow. See, so that's something I gotta play with now. Alright. Look at me. Look at me playing with things. What angle do I want to draw this from? I just need a decent angle of the windshield. Then I can go ahead and draw my thing. Well, if it's based off a Blackbird, what if I just look up a Blackbird jet then? Blackbird plane? Ooh. Yo, these things look mean. I don't think I've seen one of these things before. That's wild. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. So that starts low and goes high. Okay. Start low, go high. That means you start high and cut low. How we looking? We're still on angle. We're still in the shot. If there's anything I could do.
Same thing. Go way high and then go way low. Way high. And then go low. And then you
Isn't it funny that fear of like the Pete Best type thing, that's such a real thing? In the beginning, you don't have any idea what it is. Like, yeah.
and that's about halfway. Same thing. Same concept as the eyes. Interesting. And this hooks to there. yeah, you can immediately see how even just drawing an airplane is just as difficult, if not more difficult, than drawing these fractals. You know what I mean? Of all these basic shapes and things like that. That's why things like those UAPs that are such basic shapes are a little bit boring. Like they look like sunglasses, cases, acorn. Like these very basic shapes, while they can be a whole lot more than basic shapes. I don't mean to make it sound disrespectful or anything like that, but I'm just now thinking about the amount of time that I'm putting into developing this plane, and being like, oh man, all these shapes and angles and like it's so difficult. But hopefully in the end this is going to help me design other things in the future, you know what I mean, which I'm going to need to do. Like I said, I didn't just draw these things for no reason. At the end of the day, there's things that I need to work on, and I kind of see how they work in my head, but it's like once you start messing around with like three-dimensional mobility, you know what I mean, or just operating on 3 axes, needing to mobilize that way, and then at the same time like gravity, like consider gravity and how these things are going to function moving into 3D space with living beings in it, and those living beings, you know what I mean, more or less need to. Now you could just have some soft magic system and just say, oh, you know what I mean, they wear the spacesuit, and the spacesuit keeps them, you know what I mean? Like you could just kind of like write it off, but I wouldn't mind trying to actually develop. Look at me messing up like that. Here we go. Hmm.
I appreciate both things. I appreciate people who flex their legs, and I appreciate people who do it. I think there's a place that yeah, and then stuff is not life. Life is not your stuff. But some stuff is fucking cool. Hell, like Cat Williams was here, and he wasn't even living here or staying here, and somehow or another he got an electric Rolls Royce. So he's here. Yeah, he's here for a day to do a show, and was he doing the show somewhere else in the room, like in the radio somewhere? It goes one thing he said. He said, when you're sitting in the car, you know when you're making money. Yeah. Because it's like, you go, oh, I know why this is $600,000 because I fucking hate it. No, I love records. I just like them for different reasons. Right. You don't like them for showing off. You like them because they're awesome. There's nothing wrong with love. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with love. If you want art. The problem is you try to show everybody you love you instead of just enjoying. Like, look at my work. We're prioritizing before food. Yeah. It shouldn't come before anything. It should be just a fun thing. And when you get to the level of success that you're at, if you don't figure that out, that's when it's the saddest. When someone makes a ton of money and doesn't go, oh, it's not about the things, it's about the relationships that I have. It's about my friends, it's about my loved ones, my family, it's about the people that I work with, it's about everybody having
How's that go?
time. It's about this all
Those, those,
hug each other and touch each
and then the wing.
great work, and have a good time and just enjoy this life.
Hmm.
The car is just like, look at that. Yeah, you pull up nothing about what's in there. That is all something that's awkward and like, and like, you think that is great. Well, you know, that's the problem is that's seemingly the most unseemly. When you're broke, and you see some guy pulled up in a brand new 911,
Okay.
this is yours? It's mine, Lord. I'm actually all kinds of stuff. I had everything. I wanted the best car collection on fucking everything in crib. I had like 26 cars, bro. If you did, I had like $10 million cars. Like crazy shit. But anyway, yeah, those are fun. Yeah, I was a billionaire like a billionaire. And $100 billion plus $100 billion. But recently, I met a guy. He's like, yeah, Kevin is talking like just a great person. I met him years and years ago. He was the head security at 67. And when he brought 55 out, he scared me. Okay? And that's when I met him. I lost touch with him for so many years. And just, not so long ago, we met him at the studio at Media Circle. I think that was Saturday. We met him for He's now the owner of Platinum Security, which is like one of the largest corporate security companies in the nation. This guy was some of the real certain guy. He started, he wanted to initially hire me to do some artists. He had a record label, and we ended up talking about right. And he's like, yo, first of all, you need to get the fuck out of my head. I want you to do an album song.
Yeah, I was gonna say Platinum Security Group. That's right here. Sorry, I'm listening to something. They're talking about being in Platinum Security Group. You could probably even hear it, man. I just noticed that the music is way low. What's going on with that?
So much everything, and it's like, fuck that. You should have that.
There we go. Sorry if you were able to hear what I'm listening to in the background. But they're talking about Platinum Security Group, and I was just like, they're right next door to me. Like, I see them everywhere. Or at least they used to be. But yeah, they're still around. But yeah, I have a Platinum Security Group that watches all the giant houses out here. What's happening there? It's dipping down. Okay. There we go, something like that. Let me do this. There we go. There we go. I just need a visual marker for the even plane. Pun not intended. The pun is in there anyways. Alright. Sweet. go. I'm getting there. It's getting there. Started with just this nice little sketch. Didn't even copy the picture there. I was looking at a 3/4 angle of a plane flying away, and just drawing that, and then getting lost in this. But yeah, slowly figuring this thing out as far as like see, I just had to do a study and let that study gestate for a couple of years, few years. Now I remember when I was doing studies on planes, I believe they even had some planes that had tires down on the wings because they would kind of bow or whatever. But it's funny, I don't see any on the whatchamacallit. On jumbo jets though. That's odd. It must be extra sturdy wherever the wing meets the body of the plane, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what airplane anatomy is, but you know the actual like body of the plane, the tubular part where the wings meet it, must be extra sturdy if giant planes didn't need anything to. Oh, come on. You're not gonna give me this? You're not gonna give me this? Come on.
on, give it to me. I'm looking up another plane, but I can't find it. I just want to make sure I'm staying away from it. Come on. I can't find it. I bet I could find the scene though. Let me see. Really? Don't tell me I gotta go watch the movie. They're gonna force me to watch the movie. I gotta pull this up on YouTube now. Alright. This is what we're gonna do. Oh, what happened? What happened here? Why'd you move? There we go. Let me see. Let's pull this up. I wonder if we can actually get this in. I'm not sitting here just to watch this. I actually want to, I want to see if we can see the plane. I'm trying to avoid all the planes that I know. Just kind of want to create my own thing. Oh. Come on. Let's go. again. Hmm. I'm just trying to show y'all. I was just looking for a regular picture, but you can't find a picture of this plane. No. No? Still not working? There we go. Oh, it's already that time too. I didn't even realize. Working hard over here. But I came in nearly an hour late. We're over 7 hours already anyways, but still. Yeah. Oh well. What a bummer. What a bummer. Yeah, see, this is the thing I was looking at. I looked up bison plane, but apparently that's like a thing. So, oh well. Let's close that. See, I'm even thinking about the scene where they fight at the end and Bison pulls up on them on top of the mountain or whatever it is. I think you get a shot of the plane there. But, oh well. Forget about it. Let's forget about it. Let's see, what do we got here? Is there anything else that I really need to address? Like I got the front, I got the windshield right. You know what I mean? Make the plane bigger than it is. Got the wheels right, the landing gear. So that way, you know what I mean, the plane appears bigger than it is. Or at least just appears bigger than the original whatever fighter jet that I was looking at.
I mean, what else? See, that's the other thing. I don't even know enough about planes to be like, oh, I need to draw this or I need to draw that. What else did I want to draw? I'm over here. Dang, this turned out pretty dope. Now that I spent some time away from it. So you see what I'm saying? Now we have this here. You can kind of see how this plane doesn't land here or anything like that, but at least lands on this island. See what I'm saying? It's actually, that's what this is right here. This little detail. That's what this plane is. So it takes off from here. So interesting. I feel like there's so much I can do, but I might as well save it for later. You know what I mean? I might as well let this live as it does, and then whatever. What am I looking for? There we go. Yeah, I think I got everything that I really need from this. So yeah, let me take some pictures just because these pencils are decent, but you know, I gotta. You know, that way, just in case I ruin this right now. Let's look at the original plane that I had here. See what I'm saying? Like, it's very, windshield is mad big, so it makes the plane look small. The tires are mad big, so it makes the plane look small. And I was like, I don't know why this isn't working. And you know what I mean? It still had some extra fins on it and all that stuff, folded up a little bit. So there's like little branding details that I could go ahead and throw on there, I suppose. What does that look like? Oh, that's what that is. Oh dang. I even put the mouth on it. No, that's funny. So dumb. Well, I'm glad we did some environments, we did a vehicle, you know, mission accomplished. Didn't get everything, but we got enough. Like, I wanted to get around to doing a little bit of those islands, things like that. But yeah, world building. Hold up. I need to be doing this. I might end up watching a little bit of that Street Fighter 2, the animation, after I get out of here. You know what I'm saying? I just might do that, just because I'm mad about not being able. Like, you think, looking up that plane, I looked up Bison plane, Vega plane, like, I even tried to get all, you know what I mean, the Japanese name on it. It's still nothing. I looked up a video. What? No love. No love for the plane.
So now the music's kicking. There we go. Same color. Yeah, I got two of the same colors. Two colors. Alright. Could have swore I had another one in there somewhere. Alright. Yo, what's going on there? There we go. Alright, not closing.
Feel better about your own
It's that time, huh? Alright. Cool, you know what that means. You know what that means. That is going to be the end of this one. I want to thank y'all for stopping by. Thank you for watching. It means the world to me when you catch these things live. And yeah, man, it was a good one. What is this? Episode 681. Honor-Ruff. Anyways, what did we do? We did some environments and a little bit of the vehicles. Explored a little bit of simple shapes and geometry, fractals, and the insanity of, you know what I mean, three-dimensional motion and mobility and all that craziness. At least that gives you a little bit of a peek of things that I have in store for y'all in the unforeseeable future. But you know what I mean, we're not there yet. We're still just trying to figure out how to draw airplanes up in here. So anyways, I'm G Mr. Drew. It's at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. gmrdrew.art, the website, the link is right there. Check it out. But I got merch stores. I just made some new merch yesterday, nothing crazy. And then, but yeah, definitely gonna be updating merch this year sometime. That's gonna be in the foreseeable future. Gonna be updating some merch designs. And then, yeah, I got a sale going on, code LUCK, L-U-C-K, on the Nakama store. So check that out. Pick yourself up a t-shirt, tank top, sweater, hoodie, get some stickers. I don't know what you like. And then Patreon. Join the Patreon. You can join it for free. You can join it for $1 if you want to support me in any sort of way. And then going up from there, you can get annual commissions from me. You see me out here drawing characters, environments, props, vehicles. I'm trying to do all of that stuff. So, you know, I got something for everybody. So just whatever you want. You got original characters. You got characters you like. You want me to just draw you something. You got a pet that you like, that you want to, you know what I mean? You want me to paint them doing something crazy. What else? I don't know. And then the OnlyFans, 50% off. G Mr. Drew everywhere. Check all that stuff out. Outside of that, man. Love y'all. Peace. Oh, man. I'm drawing some crazy stuff here. Alright, that's that. Now what else we got? Oh man, I did spend an hour. On just books and stuff like that too, didn't I?